Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartache. You know what? Here we go. We're just gonna right on in. Just right on into it, because no one really. Still refuses to join. Would much rather play Fallout 76, which is cool. I get it. But damn it, bro. Well, it seems to me like I will have to play Fallout 76 soon. Yeah, we'll start with some power shift, I guess. Why not? Fuck it. I think I'm also gonna start a little club. What is it? Is it a club? Is that what it's called? Guild? A clan? Something, I don't know.
Here we go! Versus the Steamrollers. Power up and lock it in.
Alright, let's do this shit.
Let's dive into Power Shift, where two teams battle to move a platform towards more cash and victory.
Let's go, June. It's all about controlling that platform and using teamwork to keep it heading in the right direction. The air is crackling with anticipation as the Shock and Awe are the first to own the platform, taking it by storm. Moving, follow me!
Our teams have now formally introduced themselves as we've got the first elimination of the match.
Peacetime is over, folks.
Absolutely, the real game begins now. Eyes on the arena, everyone. We've got our first elimination. Now the mind games and strategic plays will really start to take center stage.
That's the Bartle for you, folks.
Exactly, and it's why we love this show. Anything can happen.
An explosive push by the Shock and Awe. The momentum's building.
It feels like the Shock and Awe have had the reins of our platform longer than CNS has been disrupting our broadcasts. We have a battle underway on the platform.
We've got motion. The Shock and Awe are on the offensive.
maintained their control of the platform for a good amount of time.
Getting you back up. Okay, let's go. Entry area lost. The steamrollers have gained the upper hand of that platform. Made the game legendary for me.
Your passion for the game shines through, Scotty. This is such a great match. A contestant is really cutting through the competition. Here we go.
The Shock and Awe are making their run.
Both of our teams are refusing to hand over the platform to the other.
Grenade out. Just 1 minute remaining.
Every second counts.
They got me. Our orbital lasers event is still active, so our contestants need to keep moving to avoid going out like a light. The Shock and Awe have taken control and they're on the move. We still have 30 seconds remaining. Seconds left. The shock and awe charted a course to the win, this time on Power Shift. Thanks again to our sponsors and to our viewers at home.
I do like Quick Cash. It's it's a little bit more chaotic than the World Tour.
The powerhouses swooped up a cash box.
What up?
Hello.
The
Alright, my mic stays on the entire time. It's just it's the best they can do. For some reason, it's really sensitive.
Enemy over there. Vote for cash out A now. First cash out launched by the powerhouses.
Oh.
I'm gonna use that zip line. We've hit our first team wipe, and it's a showstopper.
The powerhouses are re-engaging. Impressive steal by the Vogues.
Now that's how you play to win this game show.
What the fuck are you doing, bro? Good boy.
God damn it.
Outgoing gas grenade. Impressive steal by the powerhouses. Target turret active.
Ah, what the fuck?
Ah,
The big splash are back in action.
Fucking dagger, dude.
The powerhouses led the first cash out.
Damn.
Another misstep on the runway for the Vogues. Team wipe.
It seems they couldn't find their runway to success.
The Vogues are back in vogue. Team respawn.
Retaliation is building up. The powerhouses need to stay alert.
Code.x.Indigo.
Let's see how our contestants adapt to the sky being a threat now.
Vault 2 is being uncorked by the powerhouses. With our meteor showers event still active, our contestants are coping with the universe, throwing them a fiery curveball. We've got the big splash returning to the arena.
They look enthusiastic. The Vogues will want to stay clear of them or be ready to face the payback. We're at the end of this game show event. What a spectacle!
Gas line on! Special delivery! The Vogues are setting the stage. Progress underway. Current deployed. Going up there. I'm going up there. Toxic trap set. Using gas grenade.
Flamethrower guys on it.
With our destructible environment today. Okay, let's go. Reloading. Splash, tough times multiplied.
No need for towels. They've been left high and dry.
Pep, pep, cash out for the Vogues. A vault just spawned. Let's see who takes a crack at it first. The Vogues have respawned. Let's see how they bounce back.
They've had time to plot their comeback. The powerhouses better watch out.
The big splash picked up a cash box. Cash box snagged by the powerhouses. Let's see if they take it to a cash out station.
Gotta be shooting me with the fucking flamethrower.
Cover me. Enemy down. And I'm really impressed with the team so far, Drew.
That's for sure, Scotty. Keep your eyes glued on this epic battle.
Another stage dive for the Vogues, only no one caught them. Team wipe! The Vogues are back!
They certainly look determined. The powerhouses could be their first target.
Stop. bridges here.
The big splash got hold of a cash box. It's all action now. The big splash have started a cash out. Setback for the powerhouses. They're down again. Guardian turret active.
They've been knocked down to their foundation.
Whoa, Gene. Are we starting a comedy duo? Because I'm feeling jumping you back to back with an air of coolness. The Vogue steal and cash out. Setting a mine. The powerhouses just responded full strength. Turned up the amps to register an electrifying win. Thanks again to our sponsors and to our viewers at home.
How's everyone doing? Doing I? What up, peoples?
What up, peoples?
It's way up. Lost one.
All right, the ultra rares, the high notes, and finally, the overdogs. The stage is set. It's showtime. In quick cash, it's all about the rush for riches. The team that gathers enough cash first will seal the win.
Right you are, Scotty. Time to turn up the heat in this thrilling cash quest.
The high notes are prying into Vault 1.
Behind us.
The ultra rare swooped up a cash box.
Here we go, Scotty.
I do like that
The
skin.
teams are getting to know each other out there. And by that I mean we have our first elimination.
Get ready for some heart-pounding action.
You won't want to miss a beat.
Throwing sonar grenade. Scanning for opponents.
Oh shit, I didn't know you were reviving me.
A decisive move by the high notes. They've initiated the first cash out.
Placing a turret.
A devastating first just ahead.
This one's burned.
A contestant is weaving through opponents.
Another team wipe for the Overdogs. They're off their game today.
They lost the sense of victory that time.
The Overdogs have returned to the arena. What a way to open the match. The high notes land the first cash out.
They're really playing in concert, Scotty. Beautiful arrangements.
Going up there. Going up. Follow me.
A contestant is dishing out some destruction. Good riddance.
Taking damage.
The high notes got the cash box.
How am I dying so fucking fast?
The Overdogs stumble again. Another team wipe. The ultra rare swooped up a cash box. The high notes sure know how to take what they want. They just grab that cash box from their opponents. The ultra rares are re-engaging.
And as for the high notes, better watch out. Sensational! A contestant is in a league of their own. Their elimination streak a testament to sheer dominance.
The ultra rares got the cash box. The ultra rare set things in motion.
Got one of them.
Have to polish their strategy from the sidelines. Teamwork.
One down. Enemy down. Initiating.
Impressive steal by the overdogs. We've got the ultra rares returning to the arena.
Danger at Cat House. Poison en route.
I did not just kill myself. God damn it.
Back in action. Using hunting grenade. Taking damage. Sonar grenade out.
The high notes struck the right chord in this match. And with that, we'll see you next time at the finals.
That game was the hottest of garbage.
The shock and awe. The big splash. And finally, the retros. The showdown starts now.
Let the bunny foo-foo.
Contestant down, and with that we have our first elimination of the match.
Well, I saw that one coming, June. You know, the trained eye of a former contestant and all that.
You never miss a beat, Scotty. It's why you're the expert.
The retros aren't wasting any time. They just snagged a catch box. Yeah! Gotta reload! Way to go! The shock and awe swoop in and snag a cash box from their opponents. Retros picked up an abandoned cash box. Great move! What a take-turn attitude from the Retros. First cash out started.
Jump pad deployed. We've seen our first team wipe, and it's not pretty.
The Retros are re-engaging.
A contestant has hit a streak, eliminating opponents one by one. Using a flashbang. Taking damage.
One contestant doesn't seem to like rigid structures. Wonder how much will stand when they're done.
Giant burning stones hurtling at you from above. Easy to right? Time to disappear. Frag out. Using a flashbang.
Yellow's here.
Way to open the match. The Retros land the first cash out.
They're showing us that the old school moves still work.
Our contestants are learning that it's not just a cold shower
competition. We've reached the end of this game show event.
I get fucking swarmed.
Finding their rhythm, stringing together one elimination after another.
Reloading. Rotten luck for the shock and awe. Another team wipe.
Take that! Getting you back!
The big splash jump into the deep end. Cash out underway. The shock and awe are back.
A triumphant return, but if I were the big splash, then I'd be looking over my shoulder. Outgoing gas grenade. Recharge set. Charge deployed.
Aggressive steal by the retros.
I stole it. Hostage here.
The shock and awe have taken up arms and are charging back into the arena. Team respawn. Team wipe again. There was no retro rocket opposing the retros' advance today as they accelerated to the win. On behalf of all of us here at the finals, thanks for watching.
Playing like buttholes. Fuck it, we'll do some world tour. Tournaments are fun. What up, Lon Lon? How you doing? Come on, guys, chat with me. If I see chat rolling, I'll get involved. Right now, you guys just watch me play a game and getting fucking super focused. What up, peoples? Oh, all heavy. Oh my god.
Ah.
There's an all heavies team. That'll be fun.
Just gonna take C4 just in case.
Same. Oh, my breach charge. Little mini
Ready
C4s.
for some jumps, folks. Prepare for a breathtaking match as our contestants navigate the dizzying heights of Skyway Stadium.
Hey, do you know when they were gonna do the 2 times EXP thing?
Boundless,
The what?
The retro.
The double EXP thing?
The live wires. And finally, the shock and awe.
I don't
Let's hit the
know.
ground running.
I don't think it's gonna happen this season, though. I think it's gonna probably happen at the kickoff of the next.
With clear skies above, it's
So
a
probably
perfect
sometime
evening
next
for
week or so,
contestants to turn
I would
calm
imagine.
into utter mayhem. Sure thing.
Welcome to the flawless arena, folks. How long until it's anything but? Spring into action, unlocking Vault 1. The retros are busy unwrapping Vault 2.
My body.
The Boundless got hold of a cash box.
You did not.
Raising the shield. First team wiping the bag, and it's a highlight.
Lights. Yeah, lights.
And the first cash out started.
Sorry,
this
guys,
match
I might
is
have
brought
to
to
do
you
some
by
pest
the
control.
Retros. The
Are we going, boys?
just made their return to the arena. Nice play by the Boundless, kicking off a cash out.
I'm gonna go level the crane. Probably gonna be convenient now.
Eliminations are piling up for a contestant out there. Let's see how far they can take it.
The shock and awe find themselves on the receiving end of a wipeout again.
Thank you.
Attack on A, steal it. Roger. C4 planted.
I'll break the wall here. Watch out. Get out of there.
Ready to go. Preparing explosive.
The live wires are re-entering the arena.
Time to defuse.
The Boundless add to their stash. Cash out complete.
This is beautiful to watch. The Boundless really know how to work as a team.
The Retros are busy unwrapping Vault 4.
Really starting to think we're in the lobby of Emerald.
Secure Vault
The
3.
Shock and Awe are re-entering the arena.
Fully recharged, I see. Could be bad news for the live wires.
The Retros got the cash box. The Retros are setting the pace. Cash out started. Livewires jolt forward, opening Vault 3.
Breach charge deployed. Planting explosives. Special delivery.
First half set the stage. Now let's see the second unfold.
You can feel the momentum shifting with every play, Scotty.
The Livewire swooped up a cash
Bomb
box.
out. A contestant is moving from elimination to elimination. Reload. Back in play.
Cash out launched by the Livewires. Watch closely. Another fall. Seems the hurdles just keep coming for the Boundless.
I'm gonna drop it. Come below.
Watch out there.
Never mind.
Great enthusiasm. The Retros won't want to loiter around. They'll be first on the payback list. Recharge arm. Explosives deployed. Time to disappear. Greatly appreciated. Getting you back. One of them. Creating a safe zone. I'm reloading.
Cash out completed by the Retros. There's even more money on the line thanks to a new vault arriving. Another surprise and another team wipe for the Shock and Awe.
That probably shook them up a bit.
No retrograde steps from the Retros. They're opening a vault. The Shock and Awe have returned to the arena.
Ooh, things are about to get shocking. The live wires need to get ready.
Charged up and cashing in, the Livewires completed a cash out.
The longer they play together, the better they become. Nice teamwork by the live wires. We're heading into overtime. Who will walk away with the victory? Prepare for a tumultuous turn of fortune as we've raised the damage levels in the arena to new extremes.
The Livewires swooped up a cash box.
Thanks, I'm back. Bolt for cash out
The
A
Livewire
now.
starts a cash out.
Confirmed.
Our mega damage event is still active, and there's already enough digital debris in the arena to make you think a pack of vandals got loose out there.
Threat detected.
Awesome steal by none other than the Shock and Awe.
all, just all.
Another shocking wipeout for the Live Wires. Impressive steal by the Boundless. The Shock and R back in play.
This could spark some serious retaliation. The live wires better be ready.
We're in the final 30 seconds. It's all or nothing now.
It's all about
Trying
hearts
our
and
best here.
determination.
It doesn't help that we're getting third party every corner.
Our contestants made a bold statement in that round, especially the Retros. They'll want to come back just as strong in the next round.
on meds. He needs to get off that social media shit. He needs to, stop this hating on us because we're Trump supporters. You've got to quit biting the hand that's feeding you.
Literally.
And if you're going to continue this and arguing to the point where I want to throw your ass out, fire your ass, you need to change because I'm not changing.
I just don't understand how he thinks he's gonna get, one, the job that he wants. Like, does he think getting the job that he wants is gonna make his own behavior change? Because I honestly, the job that he had, extremely easy money. Like, just, get what you need to get done, and like most of this shit's automated. So like, I just
here at the office or
there
where are you talking?
at the office.
At our office.
Yeah, I mean, at least it felt to me like it was mostly automated. Then again, I've done it for so long.
Easier. It would have been easier, that he'd go do something and come and sit down and just wait for the phone to ring. Then the phone would ring twice and he'd keep looking at me to see if I'm going to grab it before he grabs it. So, and then it's like, dude, instead of sitting there on your phone, why don't you find something to do? I'm paying you to work. I can't afford to pay you to sit there on your phone.
Right.
Well, there's nothing to do.
Bullshit.
There's always cleaning. There's always cleaning. There's, the oral surgery bags and the rib care bags that needs to be done. There's all kinds of stuff that can be done. But if I have to tell you, one day I came out, I told him, I said, rib care bags need to be made or whatnot. So I came back, and because I was bored, came back and got a box of toothpastes, or toothbrushes, and asked him to come help me make these bags, because he was just sitting there. He came into this the area, sterilization room, saw what I was doing, stood there for a minute or two, and then I thought I was busy. Next thing I know, he's gone. He wasn't helping me, he was just gone.
See, I don't understand that,
And he was sitting at the desk, and I walked back by him. I said, I thought I asked you to come help me do this.
Yeah.
And then he stood up in a huff and, stomped in there, and like, you know what, dude, I'm over it. You're not going to have a job anywhere. You're lucky that I put up with it for as long as I have. But I'm fucking done.
Yeah, I don't think he understands that it doesn't matter what job he gets, he's gonna start with grunt work. He's not gonna do the cool and interesting things like right off the get.
He kept talking about how, basically we weren't paying him like he's seeing in the industry. I said, well, quite frankly, Kenzie, you don't work independently. You don't stay on this stuff. There's all kinds of things that should be that position's responsibility that you can't remember. You can't, you're not doing it. So which means I have to do it. I have to monitor you, and I shouldn't have to monitor you.
Right. And
I
if he gets
have to babysit you on your job.
Yeah, and if he gets like he's wanting to do the drilling stuff, right?
He'll be doing grunt work.
Oh, he'll be doing
That'd be worse.
Yeah,
That's heavy work.
Yeah, he'll be doing a lot of grunt work. And they're not gonna be forgiving. Like
they're not gonna tolerate it.
No, like he doesn't. I don't think he understands that if someone's paying him so much money, even if it's $25 an hour, that's a good chunk of change for some people. And if it's a high paced job kind of thing, and if he's doing drilling stuff and all the grunt work stuff, that can also be dangerous if people are careless.
And they're tired because they don't get the proper sleep and, whatever.
They're not gonna give him 5, 6, 7, 10, 35 chances because, one, there's no family relation. Like, they don't give a fuck who you are. They don't care where you come from. They are paying you to be there on time, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, do the job well, and if you can't do that, that's why a lot of employers have 90 days to 6 months. Some places. So when I got my
General Motors have a 3-year.
Yeah, exactly. So
3-year.
yeah, so when I was a contractor for the military for the civilian portion of it, it was a 2-year probationary period. Like any fucking discrepancy that they just didn't want to deal with, that was your ass. So I don't think he understands the reality of the world. But I don't.
And he always wants. He says, "Well, you just can't go out and get a job on your own. It depends on who you know." So, Brock's friend said that he would vouch for me to get me on at that drilling company down there in Claremont.
Okay, that's fucking great.
I said, but here's the thing. If they're vouching for you, you better go in and you bust your ass. You don't go in and be a lazy person and this, that, and the other. Because now you're ruining their reputation because they vouched for you.
Exactly.
I said, I've never had to rely on anybody to get me a job. I've always got it on my own merit.
Yep.
My own interviews, my own, work ethics and everything else. I've never depended on anybody to give me a job.
Exactly.
He says, well, you just can't get a job on your own anymore. It depends on who you know. Well, no, that's wrong.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking wrong. Because you can get a job,
He's so far up the leftist agenda that he believes that DEI is the way to go.
I don't know about that. I just think I don't know if it's a political thing. I just think he's so far up his own ass that he thinks that the world should operate in this fairy tale, manner. And I'm honestly amazed. He's 30 years old. I am honestly amazed that the reality hasn't slapped him across the pee-pee by now.
Well, I am amazed that Brock and Dana
how they feed into it.
To stay there rent-free and sit around and do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I
can only imagine what, because I told him, I said, dude, here's the deal. You need to be looking for another job. So on your days off, you need to be looking for another job. I started telling him last September, I said, you need to be looking at petitioning the courts so you can get this done by November or December so you can get your expunged from your thing.
Yeah.
And he just sits and does nothing. Well, he started that now, but he doesn't take initiative to do anything.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's confusing, I think he's confusing mine and Brock's reality to how shit should be.
Well, that's it.
He
says, well, Brock and Jordan, they have their life set. They worked a few years here and now.
I worked over a decade and got my shit broken, fucked up. I'm permanently fucked up mentally, physically. I'm constantly in therapy, both fucking your feelings therapy and fucking physical therapy. It's not a cakewalk. And I mean, and I know Brock, he was only in for 4 years and he definitely fudged a lot of things. Cause he got his shit for stuff that I was like, how the fuck did you get that? I understand going to different ports, and
you have to understand the Redmond family's great at manipulating the system. because Joe's been so-called retired since he was in his 20s. His new wife has been basically retired since she was in her 20s.
Right. I mean,
They're not retired. They're lazy pukes.
yeah, but and I get that on Brock's dad's side and all that shit. And I can kind of understand Brock's stuff because I know, you know, traveling the world, different, you know, you get exposed to different things and it can fuck up your stomach. And then, like, he had a maintenance job like me, so a lot of exposure can really, so, like, there are some things that Brock has that I'm like, yeah, no, I 100% get that because I have that, because same. But when when he went through the list of things, I was like, bro, like, do you actually have these things? He's like, you know, it affects me a little bit. I'm like, dude, the things you're talking about affect me on the daily. Like,
Right.
and the thing that kind of irritates me is, like, I got med boarded. Like, people are like, dude, your job's on the fucking line because you're so fucked up.
Right.
And he just did his 4 years, and then he's like, I'm fucking done with it, blah, 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 bye. Like,
It wasn't until 20 years, 10, 15, 20 years later that, oh, cousin. But you have to understand that the whole Redmond family, Joe, David, Ike,
Yeah.
brother, Josh, the son.
oh god,
Now,
don't
David
even mention
Michael,
Josh.
David
That's a
Mike-
wreck.
David, Michael, and Jacob, they're all on disability. They have learned to work the system.
Yeah.
You know, even my junior's wife was on disability, and so Kelly, and so was Josh, and so was Heather. They're just lazy pukes and figured out a way to manipulate the system.
Yeah.
Period.
I mean, I will give it to Brock. I know the jobs that he did, you know, all that.
But he was fine until Jacob got his 100% and started telling Brock about all this, and Brock jumped on the bandwagon. So.
This is true, and I'm also confident. I don't know for a fact, but I'm confident that a lot of the things that he, like, injuries and strains that he got from outside of the military, he wrote in as for the military. I know that. Like, I don't know it, but I'm real confident. But the thing is like, Kenzie needs to understand, like, we got fucked up. We got real fucked up to be in a position like we are. Like,
But he's jealous. Mackenzie's jealous of the fact that you guys don't have to work and you guys are making buku bucks.
we're not making well, I'm not making
Well,
buku bucks. Brock's making
right.
like fucking $8,000 a month because
Yes,
he's
did you
double
hear?
dipping.
No? But you hear what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So worked 4 years, and now he's making $8,000 a month and doing nothing but whatever he wants.
Right, I get that, but he needs to understand that's that one that took a shit ton of sacrifice. Not I mean, yeah, it took time and it took, like, a physical sacrifice to do that. And if he's wanting to, you know, have that life and not fucking, one, go through the fucking roughness, the turmoil, the fucking pain and agony.
He's not strong enough to even make it through basic, mentally, physically, or emotionally.
Yeah. But
Because he won't get in, I don't believe, with an attempted suicide.
no. And if he lies about it, it all comes out. It all comes out. Because that's something the military will not fuck with. They'll be like, "Oh, we checked your medical records and blah blah blah." It's like even if he does, now I don't think they'll. Well, one, I don't think he'd last boot. Okay, but I feel like even if he did get in, right, and he got to boot, I feel like by the time they review his records, it'll probably be a couple weeks in. and they will be like, hey, so this came up, and then he'd go under review, and then they would say, sorry, man, like, this is the end of your line. Thanks for
Right.
trying, blah, blah, blah.
Right. But see, you are a stronger person mentally than he is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, mentally and
Mark was a
physically, but
stronger- yes.
it took me almost 15 years for that shit to finally break me to the point where I couldn't continue.
All right. I gotta put you on speakerphone.
You're fine.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
But the thing is and I don't. He's also gonna need to understand, like, I personally don't give a fuck, you know, what your beliefs are, you know, politically. I think the whole thing's fucked up. Like, both sides make mistakes, whatever. Like, I don't care. I don't really care what your stance is. But here's the thing: when you're in a blue collar job like that, you're gonna fucking hear all the sides. The best thing to do is just stay out of the conversation. And if that's such a big trigger for him. If that's such a big trigger for him, he's going to need to learn to ignore it. Like that's what he's going to need to do. And if he wants to fucking indulge in that argument like he likes to, he needs to save it for after hours, and probably in a lighthearted environment, not somewhere fucking serious, you know. But I don't know. I feel like the real issue for him is he is so far up his own ass.
Well, and listen to this. One of the last things that happened before he quit, I was telling him that he needed to find, that he decided that he was gonna, that was his last day.
He didn't even give you 2 weeks?
No. We had an argument because I told him, you're not. You shouldn't have to babysit you, this, that, and the other. That you need to be looking for another job, and he got a little heated, and he decided that day, after that argument, that, because I told him, hello?
You dropped the call.
Yeah, the call dropped. But I told him, I said, now I'm not telling you you're kicked out of the house and that you're fired. I'm just telling you that you know, this isn't working and you need to be looking for other things. You know, because you're basically saying that, you know, you'll never have what we had. But understand this, Mackenzie, I've been working since I was 9 years old as a babysitter. I've been working out since, you know, at 14, I had my first job. I said, so I've been working all these years, and Dad's been working since he was a teenager, you know, decathlon, doing it, you know. I said, the misconception is that you're gonna you're gonna work a few years and then you're gonna be able to retire. That's not true.
Yeah.
Because you're waiting until you're 30 years old. He says, I'm gonna have to work until I die. I said, because you're waited until you're really 30 years old to do something, yeah, you're probably gonna have to work till you die. Because I've been working for over 50, you know, almost 50, 63, 9. I've been working 54 years of my life. So if you have to work 54 years, I lose you again.
No, I'm still here.
You have to work 54 years, that means you're going to be 85 years old before you can make it. I said, the thing is if you would have started earlier, like if you hadn't fucked up college, did your 4 years, you would already be in a career by now. You know, 10, 15 years into that.
I mean, not just that, but when he did the coding academy thing that he got fucking kicked out of, like,
He quit.
yeah, he quit, whatever. It's his issue, his biggest issue is he'll start something, but then if he's not fucking rich and famous, like within the year, he's fucking over it, and he's pissed off, and he's like, oh, blah blah blah, and he blames everybody else. It's like, no, dude, you just need to have the fucking resilience to stick to it and the focus to stick to it, and I guarantee you'll eventually get to the point where you're doing what you want to do. But like okay, so like for me, right? So and my streaming stuff. So I'm doing this because one, I enjoy it, and two, I have the time and availability to do so. Now I'm not making money on this shit. Not now. It'll probably take a while. But that's just something that I'm doing to, one, fill the time, make some connections with some friends and stuff. Because quite honestly,
the process started.
Yeah, I'm getting the process started, and I'm meeting some cool people, talking to them and everything. And I mean, because all my real life friends, I only have 2 living friends now, so it's like, and I don't talk to them much because they're always traveling for work and all their shit. So, and then they have families and all their shit. So it's like, all right, well, it's the better alternative to my other friends who all died.
Died? What do you mean?
So like all my other friends that I consider real friends, all but 2 of them have died.
Really?
Yeah.
For what?
Military. One died in a riot in Egypt, 2 weeks after I left there. And then some other people got stationed, in California, and some weird things have happened, and they ended up dying. Car accidents. Seth, we all found out about him at the office, how he went from working in the pharmacy, and then he went to a factory job or whatever, and a support beam collapsed or whatever, and he died in that collapse.
Oh my God.
And then so
the one guy that has
the daughter,
prostate cancer.
huh?
Is he still alive?
Josh. Testicular cancer. He had one removed and it came back, so I don't. He's still alive though. He's moving to Alabama or Kentucky. He's moving back home to work for his dad.
Oh wow.
But yeah, so I mean, he's still alive, but he's about to become Tink Tink, Got. But still,
When we went down, when we took Rob and Dana out for their birthdays for dinner,
Mm-hmm.
and I told Kenzie, I said, hey, we've got this construction thing getting ready to happen on the house, and it could be 4 to 6 weeks. And I've just figured that I know you don't work there anymore, but you're not doing anything right now. And until this other thing gets settled, I'm going to ask you to be first pick since you need income. That Dad can't stay home to monitor the house or the construction people. That only leaves me to do it, because you can't make those decisions. I have to. So would you be willing to come to work and work that time while I'm off doing that? He says, well, quite frankly, no, I don't think I'd be interested in that.
Are you shitting me?
And he says, basically, it's just going to be too much for him, to do the front and the back, this, that, and the other. And he's just not able to do that. He says, well, what you should do is talk to Jordan, because he has more knowledge, more experience, and he would be the one that I think that you should contact, because I don't think I could do it.
Huh.
Okay? But I'm sure the reason why he rejected that is because he's told Brock and Dana that I fired him and I kicked him out of the house. That's what I think.
I mean, quite honestly, I've seen his room and I've smelled his room.
Up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Getting kicked out of that room would have been an upgrade because he doesn't take care of his shit. Like, I cannot. Like,
I know.
bowls and
Gross.
plates and cups with food and all the, no.
Yeah.
But you know what? He's used to that kind of living. I love Brock and Dana, but holy fuck. Like, just thinking about it, I already know what their house smells like right now.
Yeah.
It smells like
Garbage.
cheesy feet and
Dogs and garbage.
yeah.
And in fact, I don't even think Dana bathes very often.
I think she does.
I don't think she bathes very often, or I don't think she bathes Becky very often. The last few times they've been around, they stink. They stink.
I mean, I don't know. I think that might be an issue with their washer dryer, because I know. Oh, and their showers aren't the cleanest.
They're filthy.
Yeah. But I've done laundry there. Like,
I don't think they've ever washed a toilet in their life.
I don't pay attention to the toilet. But you know, I think there's, honestly, I feel like things would smell better if, I honestly think that there's something a little wrong with their washer dryer, because I've done laundry there and it came out not smelling amazing.
Fresh.
Yeah. Which is crazy to me because it's a relatively newer setup. So I just don't, I don't know. I think they're washing, I don't know. Maybe they're not putting enough detergent, I don't know. But I believe that they do bathe, maybe not every day, but frequently. I know Brock, he's a little, yeah.
Germaphobe.
Yeah.
He bathes a lot.
Yeah. So I don't think Brock would let that slide for them to not bathe frequently, you know? So I don't think that's the thing. I just think, I think there might be something in like their intake, for their washer dryer, because yeah. Then again, they also, you know, sometimes they'll have, you know, clothes all folded up and then the dogs will, you know, roll on them and stuff. So I don't know. That's another thing. But I don't think they're unhygienic, you know. I just
Yes,
think
they
that,
are.
well,
Because
you know,
they
I don't think they're unhygienic to the point. You know what I mean? I'm saying they're not unhygienic as far as, you know, bathing and stuff like that. It's just they are more focused on having fun. So when they start something, it'll sit there for a while and then it'll eventually be completed. Eventually. But and I think Kinsey picked up that, because I mean, shit. You walk into his room and there's like nothing completed. Things started, nothing finished. And I think
that was one of the things that I told him when he moved in. Dude, you're not going to live like you did in the frat house. We're not going to do that. You're going to keep your shit clean. You know, you complain about the mice, but you've got to keep your shit clean. Because if you leave food in the garbage, and
you're just,
I'm
yeah.
sure the refrigerator's still black on the inside.
It shouldn't have been black, because when I was there before I moved, you know, when I moved back after I got out, and then before I moved, that fridge got fucking cleaned.
I don't know.
I know for a fact that I bleached it.
No, you bleached it.
Yeah,
Well,
so I know
I
that
don't
bitch was clean when I moved the fuck out, you know, because I was like, I love you guys, but yeah. After being on your
down at Brock's or up here?
up there,
Oh.
because like I don't know,
In the house or in the barn or in the garage?
in the garage, because yeah, after I got back, and then all that stuff, I was like, yeah, I just, you know, it was one of those things that, you know, once you're on your own, you know, for so long, and then you come back, you're like, need to go.
Right. Well, I know that when Dad went down to French Lick for the IDA, I was planning on going with him, but I decided, you know what, there's nothing for me to do. I'm just going to be stressed about everything that needs to be done. So I think I just need to stay home, you know, because I'm just going to be stuck in a motel room or the hotel room for 5 days. I don't want to do that. And I wanted to finish the screening on the porch. I wanted to get the stuff in the garden. And so I called texted Kinsey. I said, hey, here's the deal. You know, I'm not going. I'm going to stay home. So if you were only planning on coming up here to watch the cat, you don't need to do that. However, you're still more than welcome. Because I could use some help finishing the screening on the porch, get the planting in the garden. So, you know, if you still want to come up, feel free. He says, okay. I never saw him, never heard from him at all. But then the thing is he says, well, if I come up, you need to tell me, you know, which do you want down first, the decking or the pool? I said, dude, you shouldn't be on that deck. It's somebody who should be down there because that could be dangerous.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, doing that by yourself. So no, I would rather you wait until we get home.
Especially when he doesn't know how to do it.
Exactly.
Like,
to do that.
like-
that you can still come up and help me do this, but I never saw him again. And then, oh yeah, well, we'll come up and help you do that. But he hasn't been up. When he came up and he saw that Dad had already started, you know, the pool was basically down and already started disassembling the deck, he still hasn't come up to do anything. That's why I still think, number one,
He just doesn't want to work.
he didn't want to work.
I know.
And you would think, and he says, well, I learned all of my work ethic from you guys.
Bullshit.
How hard you work. I said, dude, if that's how you think we work, you are sadly mistaken.
Like, I don't think he understands. So, like, and I get that
He sleeps through it all, so he just wakes up and it's magically done.
Yeah. Well, I don't, and I think he would be amazed if he actually watched me work, because, yeah, like, I get shit on because, you know, I might be sitting on, you know, not doing anything productive or anything, like, because I know, so before you took that long sabbatical, right, from the office, and then I kind of had to take over, you would get mad at me because I'd be on my phone or something, right? But that was because I knocked out a whole bunch of other shit. And it's like, and I understand how that can confuse people, make people think that I don't work, because I do everything efficiently and then I get it done, and I have a bunch of free time until something else needs to be done or something comes up, you know, or whatever. And so I've gotten in trouble for that before. And I can understand how that could confuse people. Like, people think that I don't work. It's like, sorry, no, I learned get everything done quickly and efficiently so that you can have time to fuck off and, you know, do whatever and relax and whatever. But the other thing is some tasks that he could be doing, like in the sterilization room, like, you know, getting cotton ready, like cotton packs and surgical packs and recare packs. You know, you put one earbud in, listen to some music, and you will just, time will pass by, because one, it's an easy job. Yes, it's repetitive, but like it's occupying your time and your attention. You're getting something done that even if you overdo it, it's still going to be used, you know. So it's like there is a rhyme and reason to a lot of the small things, and if you make it enjoyable, you know, it doesn't feel like you're, you know, just, oh, I'm doing the grind and I'm wasting my own time. I could be doing something, blah blah blah, and then down yourself. So it's like he just doesn't understand that if you turn something like that into a little bit of a, I don't know, something a little bit more enjoyable. If you can turn something monotonous into something enjoyable, guess what? It's going to be better for you, both mentally and as far as your work ethic goes, because you're gonna end up doing so much, and you're like, oh shit, I didn't realize I did so much, and then people will be like, hey, you know, good job, blah blah blah, you know. So it's
before
like
before this accident, I broke these ribs. I was able to break down rooms, take x-rays, break down those rooms, you know, confirm all the insurance, get all the routing sheets ready, you know, get all that stuff done, return all the phone calls, you know, clean and make the packs and do this and do that, do the sterilization, do the monitoring. I'm able to do it all and still have time to sit. And then I wait until, like, posting the payments, because it's just him and I, and no dental assistants.
I know. I've been there.
If he's sitting there doing a crown prep for an hour and a half, I know that I have an hour and a half to sit there, really without interruption of patients, other than the phones. But then I can sit there and post the payments. You know, it's just the coordination of your time. And guess what? We're still getting out of there. You know, 5:15, 5, sometimes 5:15, 5:30 at the latest, and everything's fucking done.
I know. I was there. I did the same thing. I did it all. I posted payments, got everything ready, and, you know, still, I mean, we got out a little bit later when it was just him and I, because I like to get things set up like 2 weeks in advance, but, you know, it once you have that time management and you know what you're doing, it's real easy. So like when Dad would do a root canal or a crown prep or something like that, like, I would get a whole bunch of stuff done, and then for like, I would always manage to get like 15-20 minutes just to kind of put on some chill music, and then just kind of like, I don't know, meditate and reset my mind before, you know, things got, you know, crazy. Because I knew the flow of the office. I knew the flow of the job. I knew the flow of everything that I needed to do. So I was able to one, get everything done, or maybe I might have left one thing, you know, like maybe like a week of hip insurance claims or something to, you know, post or something. But I knew how to manage the time and the work so that I could take like 15, maybe 20 minutes.
So you're not killing yourself.
Exactly.
But what Mackenzie would do, now mind you, when he's at home, if we're at home, like on a Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we would never see him. Ever. Rarely. And we'd call him in for dinner. You know?
Yeah.
But when we're at work, we come in, he'll sit in the car until almost 9 o'clock, take it, sleep all the way over, sleep till almost 9 o'clock. And one time, it was like 10:30 in the morning. Craig's like, where's Mackenzie? I said, still in the van. He's like, what? So he went out and he says, dude, are you ever going to come to work? So then he comes in and he clocks in. Then he pulls out his phone, goes to the toilet for 30 minutes. Do you know that during the day he'll take 3 to 5 30-minute toilet breaks while he's in there on his phone? He doesn't do that when he's at home. And spend 5 toilet breaks, 30-minute toilet breaks in there. And I told him, I said, dude, no. If you're going to take that many toilet breaks, then you need to clock in and out. Well, I was only in there 5 minutes. No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna. No, actually, correction. I know he is not going to like the reality of the world, because quite honestly, working with family, that's easy mode. Like, you can get away with a lot of shit. I mean, as long as you're doing the job. But if he thinks, because I know you and I and Dad know better. If he thinks that he can get away with a bunch of bullshit like that for a stranger, he's gonna have a very rude awakening. And here's the other issue with that is, let's say he does get this drilling job, right? Let's say he gets it. He gets his for now dream job. He thinks he's gonna make a shit ton of money. He's not gonna have to do a whole lot. He's gonna have all the fun jobs like drilling, which we all know better. He's not gonna really be hands-on doing the drilling for at least if he kicks ass every single day, a year.
Well, he tells everybody, well, that's what his job was.
No.
He was on those drillers.
No,
That's not
he was
true.
a gopher.
Yes, he was. But he lives in a delusional world. He says, yeah, he was telling somebody, we ran into one of Craig's, a gal that died that used to work for Lad, her brother. Works for OPC, or used to work for OPC. And when we were talking to him, Craig says, well, do you still work over there? He says, no, because he had the shirt on. He says, no, I don't work there anymore. And Mackenzie was telling him how, yeah, you know, all that time that he was working with Brock down there for years, he was on the driller. So, yeah, he knows how to do that. And he says he'd like to get back into it. And the guy says, well, hey, you know, I know the people there. I could give you a reference and get you on like that. And then Kenzie didn't pursue it. Why? Because you can't lie your way into a job.
No.
You can't.
Especially when you're
on the driller, and then you go in and they say, okay, well, I don't know, teach me. Well,
right.
You've been doing it for years. You shouldn't need to be taught.
Or not even that point. Like when they're like, hey, so we'd like to get your references. And if your references are bullshit, you're not even going to get to the point where you're like, could you teach me this? No, you're not gonna. You're not even going to get there.
Exactly.
So like, no, and that's the other thing. I am surprised. I am surprised that he has not learned that honesty is the best policy. Because you can lie.
That when you live with Brock, who lies, you know, his dad lies. Everybody in that family lies. They're all delusional. And Brock, I've even heard blatant lies out of Brock's because they're so fucking delusional. You know, and if you don't have anything for yourself to stand on, it's easy to bullshit and lie and make shit up. You know?
Yeah.
Just like when Brock went into the Navy, all of a sudden Joe was a Navy SEAL. He'd never been in the fucking military in his life.
Right.
Would never even qualify because of his knees or whatnot. You know? So when you live with people who are so fucking delusional and you buy into their delusion because the delusion makes you look good, it's much easier to live a lie or to tell lies that make you look good instead of living reality that shows that you suck.
Yeah, which is ironic because, like, well, it's not really ironic, but like, so I downplay a lot of things, like, and the funny thing is whether you exaggerate or downplay something, it doesn't matter which route you go. Everyone always finds out the truth. So like when I tell somebody, oh yeah, you know, I did this and that, you know, whatever, and then they you know, they actually look into it, or they know somebody that did the job or something, like you did a lot. Like what are you like, why are you saying like it was an easy job, or you know, this and that, like so like when I worked at Nora, right, I was like, oh yeah, no, I know a lot of things, blah blah blah, and then I was like, you know, there are some things I'm probably rusty at. Day 2, they're like, do you have any questions, anything? I was like, oh no, I got it. Like, they're like, but you said you might need a refresh. I was like, I just really need to know how your office operates. That's really it. They're like, oh, so you don't really have any questions. I was like, no, I'll learn how the office operates and everything, and be up to speed really quick. And then, you know, so people get surprised, and I would much rather people be surprised, like a good surprised, when, you know, the information that I gave them it's accurate.
Less than what you're.
Exactly.
It's less than what you can do.
Exactly.
And they're surprised at your ability, but if you oversell yourself, they'll find out real quick.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's why I always downplay shit. Like, oh yeah, no, I'm pretty good with insurance. So, you know, it might take me a minute, you know, blah blah blah. And then when they're like, hey, are you busy? Like, no. They're like, do you have anything to do? No, I already did everything. You already did everything. Yep, already did everything. And, you know, or, you know, even like military shit, like people think that, you know, my last deployment, just because I'm not, you know, some master sergeant, you know, that I don't know what I'm doing. And then when I overhauled my section, everyone fucking fought me. Everyone fought me because they thought I was stupid, and I was like, just trust me, just please trust me. I know exactly what I'm doing, and if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. If you need help, I am happy to help.
Right.
And so, like, I mean, and I was a little nonchalant, you know, about things. Like, just bear with me. Just do it a little bit like this. But after that overhaul was done, you know, people. I downplayed it. I downplayed how effective it would be. I was just like, just do it my way, see how it goes. I'm sure it'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. And then after that overhaul was done, people were like, oh, this is way better. Like, we can find everything really quick. You know, all of everything, our hazmat materials, all of our tools, all the equipment, it's really easy to track and all these things. I'm like, yeah, there you go. They're like, did you know it was going to be this effective? I was like, I did, but I didn't want to like overplay it and be like, oh, I'm the big shit, you know? So it's like, I don't consider that lying. I consider it, tactical information is what that is. And I know people, like you said, you know, people come in like, oh yeah, I know everything, blah blah blah, and then real quick, like people that like me would be like, yeah, you know, I know some things, and then people like me that just say they know some things, or they're like, yeah, I'm proficient. They notice the things that, you know, people are like, oh, I know everything, blah blah blah, I don't need your help, and I'm like, then why are you doing it wrong?
Right.
Then why didn't you do this before that? Like, why is this document incorrect? Like, not just a couple spots. You need to redo the entire fucking thing because requisition will not fucking take it. And they're like, oh, well, you know, how I did it black. And it was like, oh, so how you did it was wrong this entire time and you still have a job? That's amazing to me. Because I know when I fucked up, I got my shit reamed. Like, and it was a small fuck up. Like, but like how I got my shit handed to me, you would think that the world was fucking ending. Because
that's the thing, when people are jealous of those that excel, they do make it rougher on you, especially when they're pukes.
yeah.
For instance, when I worked at Hand Surgery Associates, it was before Mackenzie was born. I got this job. They were 6 months backlog. In 3 months, I was not only had the 6 month backlog caught up, but I had everything current. And the gal that was sitting across the cubicle from me, everybody in that department kept telling me, "You're making us look bad. You're making us look bad." I said, "How am I making you look bad? I'm hired to do a job. I'm doing my job." And this one gal was there for like 14 years. And I had only been there 3 months at this point. But because my work ethic was such that it is, that I'd only been there 3 months, and then they transferred me over to be the manager over this one department. And I'd only been there 3 months, and everybody was pissed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know exactly how that is, because, again, when I was at Nora, and I was like, you guys do know, I'd be happy to teach you all, like, the digital portion so you can get away from all these paper charts and everything. And they're like, well, you know, how long would you need? I was like, I need a day. Not even 24 hours, a regular 9-hour day, or actually probably not even that, just a 6-hour day. And then, you know, that training day is done, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions and assist with whatever. Like I told them, because everyone was complaining about having to do double the work because everything that should have been done digitally was done digitally, but then they also had to do it in their paper charts because everything. And I was like, we could make this a digital practice, like, really easy. They're like, well, yeah, but then we'd have to, you know, get everything digital. And I was like, not really, because you're going to be required to use these charts as reference anyways, you know, and you're required to hold it for like 6 to 8 years anyways. So these charts aren't going anywhere. But as soon as you start doing everything digitally, like insurance, like I showed them how to get a digital copy of their insurance and have it on the digital system. I was like, it's really simple. Even this, I was like, it's easier with the send, but you know, I can walk you through everything, you know, on the system. And it didn't happen because the people that, like, the one lady that decided not to retire and kind of fucked me over, she was against it.
The thing is, the law is, it was supposed to have been done
in like 2008.
Yeah,
I know.
Supposed to have been done all those years ago.
I know. And I was like, I'm amazed that you guys haven't been getting fined every year. Like, I'm amazed. But, and then I gave them, like, and I even told the doctors, I was like, you don't have to pay me any extra for this. Like, it's just going to make everything easier. Like, it's like, you're already doing this. They're like, well, then we'd have to, you know, type up the charts and everything. It's like, there's short keys, or yeah, there's like there's shortcuts for the notes. You go into the chart, you select what was done, you complete it. It automatically generates a like a Cliff's Notes kind of version, and then you just edit a couple things, and then it's done. And I was like, and here's the other thing, that makes it really easy for like pre-authorizations for insurance and all these other things, because then all you have to do is just go in for your attachments, you click on what kind of thing, you do the note, the clinical note, and then boom, it's right there. It's a digital attachment. It's there. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to write anything. You don't have to copy something. You don't have to print it off and scan it. Blah blah blah. I was like, there's such more efficient way that you could be doing things, and I am happy to teach you. Like, you don't have to go through, Dentrix support and set up some sort of thing. You don't have to hire some specialist. I'm fucking here. I know it all. Like, and then I think I upset them because, I was kind of pushing, and then when I got a little bit of pushback, I was like, all right, fine. You know what? Don't listen to me. I was like, your front office staff that works next to me, she's going to keep on drowning in paperwork because she's having to do everything in double and triplicate. Your assistants and your hygienists are going to have to do everything in double and triplicate. You're going to have to keep on doing everything in double and triplicate. Like, fine. If you don't want to do it, it's like...
That's on you.
That's, yeah. So when, and then when I got the new medication and I missed a day, and then like, oh, we thought you quit, so you quit, kind of thing. I was like, okay. I wasn't all beat up about it. I had that conversation with Dad because I was like, he's like, you're going to work, right? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, but I don't know if I should even stay. I feel like I'm kind of being pushed out anyways, and all these things. And he's like, well, still go. And I was like, I was planning on it. I don't want to, but I was planning on it. And then I got there, and then they're like, you quit. I was like, did I though? They're like, yeah, you quit. I was like, oh, I guess, okay. Well, I don't agree with that. And they're like, well, you had the employee manual that you got day one, right? And I was like, no, I never got one of those. They're like, you should have. I was like, well, I didn't. And I also didn't get a login or anything for like 3 or 4 months. So do you really think I got an employee manual?
Right.
But yeah, so it's just, I don't know. But as far as Kenzie goes, he's gonna, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any new advice for him. Like, the things that I've told him, it doesn't seem to stick. Like, and I don't really sugarcoat shit. Like, I'm just like, hey, it's gonna be fucking rough, dude. Like,
the thing that upsets me is, I don't know what's up Dana's budget, but I have never done them wrong. I didn't, I've offered to babysit, I've offered to do this. I have never babysat Beckett, and I really haven't seen him much over 9 years.
I believe that.
Because every holiday, it must be spent with Dana's mom, because, her dad's dead, and, they just have to spend the holidays together. What about the rest of the fucking family?
Yeah.
Sure, my dad died when I was 6 years old, but I don't live to celebrate the death of my dad. I live to celebrate the life of my life.
Yeah.
The people who are still in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand that they don't ask me to babysit. In fact, many times they'll send out all these invites and then send me a text last minute saying, oh, by the way, we're having a birthday party tomorrow. Oh, these things went out a month ago.
Yeah.
Somebody at one of Beckett's last birthday parties, I had just gotten a text the day before telling me about this birthday party. And then when I'm sitting there, something was said. She says, oh, yeah, we sent out the e-invites like 2 months prior. And I didn't even get the message until the day before. I don't even think they like us. They definitely don't want, they don't want anything to do with us at all. And I have nothing to do with my grandchild, They don't call me. They don't call to see how I am or nothing. They don't, nothing.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the real thing is, I don't think it's anything against you, Dad, or me even, really, because they don't really reach out to me either. I think it's because of proximity, which is weird, because you'd think that because I'm in the proximity, I would, but I've been out of the proximity for so long, all over the fucking place. But I don't quite think it's anything against you or Dad.
Sure feels that way, but they don't want anything to do with us. And they don't want, I don't know.
Right. But
Her mom can babysit, and they can do all this stuff, but I can't even babysit. Well, you know, it's too far of a drive to come down for you to just babysit while we go out to dinner or something. I said, but I'd love to spend time with my grandson. But they don't call, they don't invite. And most of the time I'll call and say, hey, what are you guys doing this weekend? Oh, we got plans. Okay. You know, they just don't want anything to do with us.
I don't think it's that. I think it falls to the laziness. So they don't want to take, I don't know how to say this without sounding like an ass.
I'll go ahead and sound like an ass, I don't care.
They don't want to put in more effort than they would have to if they just drove 30 minutes instead of an hour. They don't want to put in more effort than the bare minimum. They don't want to make plans that would, I guess, lock them in for something that takes them, you know, far away from home, and they have to spend a couple hours on the road and all this other shit. They don't want to inconvenience themselves, so they write it off as they don't want to inconvenience you. So I don't think it's anything against you or Dad. I think it is just a laziness issue.
Yeah. Well, I've even told them when I think Indy had died, and I think Buddy, I don't know, they were between dogs. And I said, well, why don't you guys come up and spend the weekend? You don't have dogs to deal with or anything like that. So come up and spend the weekend. You can camp in the camper. We can spend the weekend. We'll see. Nothing. Next thing you know, they got dogs. You know, 2 dogs. First it was 1 dog, then it was 2 dogs. And then you tell them, well, you know, we're going to eat about 1, but come up about 11 so we can spend time. Then they come up at 2, and then they have to leave by 4 so they can be home long before dark. Now, like, so you drive 4 hours or 3 hours to spend 2 hours or less. I don't know. Makes no sense. I don't know.
But that's definitely them. They ultimately refuse.
They'll go to Joe's. You know, they'll post things where they're going down to Joe's and Cindy's, and it's funny because when I'm around, they're bitching about Joe and Cindy not calling or being part of their lives. But they do to me. They don't invite me. They don't invest in us. They don't invite us. They don't ask us. So I'm sure that when they're down there, all they're doing is dogging us. Well, they don't call. They don't do this. They don't go out. Well, you know what? If you don't include us, eventually we're going to quit asking you up. We're going to quit. You know, when you give us a last minute invite, instead of everybody else 2 months notice, you're going to give us a last minute invite. It makes us not want to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like you say that you want us to be part of your life, but you don't act like you want us to be part of your life. Now, Brock says, well, Dana doesn't even like her mom. Well, then why is it that her mom's over there all the time? You know? I don't know.
Yeah.
They don't like her, and she's invited all the time, then they must really can't stand me for us not to be invited at all.
I don't know. Maybe if it is something like that, then that's probably the same reason why I'm kind of shut out as well. Is because we don't live. Again, I don't know how to say this without sounding like a dick, but we don't live in fantasy.
Right.
And I don't.
Right.
I don't know. I don't remember what Dana's mom's name is, like Patricia or so. I don't know.
Winifred or something like that.
Yeah, something Italian.
It's not Winifred. It starts with a W.
It's something Italian. But
No, it's not Italian. It's
no, I'm thinking of her grandma. I'm thinking of her grandma.
and I know her name starts with a W, I believe.
Anyways, but I don't know. I feel like maybe her mom feeds into whatever. I don't know. Maybe they just, I don't know, don't ask questions, don't whatever.
Yeah. Well, even when Brock was living down at his dad's for that 15 months or whatever, I'd invite him up. Hey, you know, you've been down there all these months. Come up here for a weekend. Come up here, spend some time up here. Okay, well, let me check my schedule, you know, maybe in a couple weeks. Never hear from him. You know?
Yeah. Oh, they don't really respond to me that much either. I think it's, I don't know. I don't want to just, you know, give it a blanket statement and be like, oh, we're just different, you know. We're the other side of the coin. We're the maybe the uncomfortable warm side of the pillow. I don't know. But like they don't really reach out to me like when I went out with them to the Comic-Con thing, right? One, I didn't even fucking know that shit was going on until Kenzie's like, hey, you going to the con? I was like, well, when is that? He's like, it's this weekend. I was like, fuck, okay, yeah, I guess I'll go. Like, who's all going? And then they told me. So it's like I don't even hear about shit until like the day of or the day before. And that's if I hear about shit. So like there's a lot of stuff that I don't know because I don't know. I don't know if they think I just don't care or I don't want to be involved or whatever. But, you know, canonically, historically, I have been all around the world for so damn long that maybe they just write me off. And I get that that's something that happens to people that do work like that they just write them off. But the funny thing is Brock was in the same boat as me for a long time, so that's something that I don't quite understand, because motherfucker, you should have understood my reality because you lived it for a short period. So it's like maybe stay, I don't know, kind of connected. I don't know. So like I'm always the one kind of reaching out, trying to get him to play something or whatever. Like whenever he reaches out and he's like, hey, you should play this with us, you know, blah blah blah. I'll fight it for like a couple weeks. I'm like, I don't know, man, blah blah blah, and then I'll finally join and play with them, and then like, we're moving on to something different. I'm like, motherfucker, like I can't just buy a whole bunch of shit to fucking follow you to the edge of the earth, man. Like I can't do it. Like I don't have dual income. I don't have triple income. I don't have that shit. Like I have my you a broke bitch fund, huh?
Are you gonna do disability?
I don't know. Like, I feel like it would kind of be a little pointless, especially with, you know, kind of what I've been looking into, you know. But I don't know. I might see about that, seeing as the military won't take me back. No one will take me. So, and that's probably why I just said, fuck it. I'll just stay in this window of fucking purgatory. But
Well, I think you need to, though. That if you qualify for the one, it's going to be easier to qualify for the other. Might as well do it.
Yeah, I submitted.
Save money faster.
Yeah, I submitted a I don't know what you would call it, like an assessment or whatever, and the people that took it, when they found out that because of my military shit that after I got out I had 100%, they're like, oh, well, they seemed kind of like excited, like kind of it was like a shoo-in thing, but I don't know, I haven't really followed. Then again, I haven't heard anything either, so it's just kind of like out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. But
Yeah, but that would be an extra 3,000 a month.
I mean, yeah. But in order to maintain that, I wouldn't be able to do what I want to do. I mean, I guess I could, do that for a short period and then make sure everything's all hunky-dory. Well, I could pay off a lot of shit real fucking quick, though. Maybe I'll look in. Yeah. But yeah, as far as kind of being out of the loop on everything, I'm right there with you, Mom. I'm right there with you. They don't tell me shit until it's something that, like an afterthought. Like, oh, he might be interested in this. Oh, thanks for letting me fucking know. I may or may not have the time to fucking do that. Like, and I would have enjoyed it more if you fucking told me in advance. But now, so like even with the con thing, like they told me like the day before, right? And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll definitely go, whatever. But I had fucking anxiety the entire fucking one. I don't do well in crowds.
Right.
And two, I felt super fucking rushed because, I just found out about this bitch the day before. So it's just, I don't know. It's just, I'm there with you. That's all I can say. It's like
They took back it down to the zoo and to the aquarium and did all these fun things, and this is what I do. And they went to that evening, then they went to like a Christmas festival and pumpkin picnic and all this. It was an all-day event. Harriet was there.
Harriet, that's her name. Not a W at all, it's an H.
H, sorry. Harriet was there. They never invited us to go. I thought it would have been a fun day to do, but no, don't get invited.
Where was it? They probably thought it would have been too far away. Like I said,
They went to the Minneapolis Zoo, and then they went to the aquarium downtown, and then they went to some harvest festival up there in Noblesville.
See, and I don't mean to detract from it, but I think that it lines up with my thought, right? So it's they don't want to feel like they are inconveniencing you with you having to travel so much, so they think to themselves that maybe, and instead of giving you the choice, right? They make the choice for you because they feel like it would be an inconvenience for them. So they don't want to put the inconvenience on you. It's a weird, I don't know if it's not a me millennial thing or Generation X, whatever the fuck we are. But it is definitely something that I feel like they adapted into, maybe grew into, I don't know, because for a long time all their friends and most of their family was relatively close. So I don't know. And I mean, even going back, before Dana, right? He wasn't super fucking chatty about shit. Like, we didn't know about a lot of stuff until like real fucking close to the time it happened, when he was with Amanda. Like, we didn't know shit. I know I didn't know shit. Like, he kept me out of the fucking loop, and, we were supposedly close or whatever. So I feel like over time, because we physically grew a distance, you know, that kind of, I don't know. I imagine that somewhere down the road, they kind of got this mentality like, oh, well, it's so easy for all these people to come, and we don't want to put, you know, mom and dad out, or, you know, the brothers out, because, you know, whatever, it's such a far drive, or, you know, they might have something and we don't really know, and you know, all these other things. And then finally they're like, well, let's invite them anyways the day before, and then it's like, well, we can't. And then maybe that happened a couple times, you know, and then they're like, well, you know, it's such short notice and we don't want to put them out, and we don't want them to feel bad because they can't come, so we're not going to invite, so we're going to take that choice away. That way it just alleviates all the awkwardness from us asking, and then feeling we're putting them out, and then them, you know, having to refuse and decline, and then they feel like they're putting us out, you know, that kind of thing. So I feel like it's just, they're choosing the shortest road. They are not wanting to do the whole possible inconvenience. Sorry, I said sorry, blah blah blah. They're doing the lazy route. They're putting their own preferences, you know, before themselves, and then going, well, I wouldn't like this if, you know, I had to travel so far, and it's such short notice, and, you know, what if something, what if I have something going on that day, or whatever. So it's just, I feel like that's more than likely the thing, and I'm not saying that to kind of take away from anything. I'm just saying, knowing them as well as I do, that's more than likely what it is, and it's nothing against you, Dad, or myself. Realistically, I don't think it's anything out of maliciousness. I don't think it's anything out of ill intent. I don't think it's anything personal. I feel like realistically it is how they think. So they don't want, because they automatically think of themselves first, right? How would that affect them? They don't want to inconvenience someone else because they believe it would inconvenience them, you know, just like inviting up, you inviting them up. They do it on occasion, they'll come up on occasion, but then sometimes they have like, well, Beckett has this thing going, swimming, or his ninja whatever, or soccer, or he's doing karate now, or I don't know, he's fucking, I don't know, doing parkour or something, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like, and it does kind of come down to laziness. You know, they don't want to adjust their plans to fit something else, or to cancel something because that's more work than they would have had to if they just stuck to the plan, you know? And I feel like because of that, and Mackenzie's been living around them in that kind of thought process for so long, that he's leached it into himself, and so it's just, he's learning all the wrong things. And he's internalizing, and he's like, well, if I can't have it my way, you know, I don't want to do shit, you know. And I just think, to circle back to the original conversation, well, not the original, the second conversation, he's going to learn that what he has learned is really gonna hurt himself in the short and long run, like, because that's all learned behavior, that's learned mentality, and what is hardest to correct is something that has been learned. And I'm not saying, oh, well, I read about this, you know, how to fucking wipe my ass correctly, I don't know, but you know, that's something that you can easily change because it's a small kind of thing that, you know, once you learn the correct way, it's easy to correct. But when it's something that you have learned and you have experienced in a weird way, how it's something that you want or whatever, or it's worked for somebody else, so you're gonna learn that, and it just gets ingrained into you, and then it gets stained into you, and then it gets fucking epoxied over, and then it's locked in. That shit's hard to unlearn. That is something that is hard to unlearn. That is so like so think of it like racism. That's a learned behavior. That's not, you know, you don't come out as a baby like, oh, I don't like you because of your skin color. No, that's a learned behavior from the environment of the people that you are exposed to. So if you're exposed to a environment, a behavior longer than any others, which he spends the vast majority of his time with his stoner friends and, you know, Brock and Dana, and all that stuff like that. He has learned these behaviors and has learned that excuses are man's best friend, and if something doesn't work out, well, it's not my fault. It's your fault.
Right.
It's not my fault that you don't like how I work. It's your fault. It's not my fault I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It's your fault because you didn't teach me well. You didn't teach me correctly. You didn't teach me in a way that I would understand.
Yeah, he told that shit on me. He says, well, if you have a problem with the way I work, then you need to blame yourself. Because the way you trained me. I said, Mackenzie, do you know why I quit training you? Because I'd sit you down to train you, and you'd sit there with your eyes shut, sleeping through it. That's why I decided to quit training you.
Okay, so I hit home on that. Okay, so, wow, I should be a fucking therapist, you know, because I really get the gist of things, and I really honed into, I feel like, his biggest issue. His failures are not his fault. It is the fault of those around him.
Yep.
That is what he believes.
Yep.
That sucks. That should have been beaten out of him a long time ago, which is weird because I don't understand. He was growing up when we were little. He was the fucking golden child. I was the devil's spawn.
Yep, he kind of was because, and then I don't know what happened. Something in high school. He almost didn't graduate, and then he went off to college. And I told Greg, I said, no, he needs a year off, away from school, because he's burned out. He almost didn't graduate. He needs a year to just chill. Go get a job. Go do something before you jump into this, because you're already burned out. And so, nope, I'm going. And then he gets over there, and what does he do? Just fucks around.
That's so weird, because, yeah, growing up, I wasn't the best student, but come high school, I got my shit in gear, and I went from the biggest problem child to top 3%, which surprised people, because they're like, how? I'm like, oh, I studied, did my homework in class. You know? But I think it's also because I got my shit rocked growing up, you know? If I did something wrong, I got my shit beat up, you know? And I don't know. And I feel like maybe that was and still is his biggest issue. He learned from observation, not from doing.
Right.
He learned from observation, not from doing, and then when he started to learn from doing, shit was harder than he could handle because he didn't grow up with it. And I
think it's strange because when he was in third grade, he was working at a 7th level. You know, he was always the over, you know, I don't know what happened to him.
Well, that's the other thing is public school, on the whole, it's not geared towards individualism. It is if you're too advanced. That's why good students, when they're growing up, get burnt out and they become not great students.
Yeah.
because they don't have that challenge.
Yeah, now he's bitching because all these kids graduate now that they're teaching remedial English, third grade English in college because these kids did not learn this shit in the educational system. So now everything is being dumbed down. Even college is being dumbed down.
Well, I wouldn't. I don't think. I think there are some courses in college that shouldn't be okay. So how do I say this? There are some courses that I think are there for people that the education of that local area for the public school was not on par with what it should have been. And I also don't think that those remedial English courses in college, I don't think they offer the same amount of credits as like if you were to do like a English lit, you know, a 200 series course, you know, like a second year course. I don't think you're going to get the same credit. I feel like it is a remedial for a fucking reason because it's probably there not for the people fresh out of high school. It's probably there for people who are in their late 20s, early 30s, maybe 40s, and they're like, I want to get my education, but it's been so long since I've taken these courses, you know, so I'm going to do this remedial course to get reconfigured, you know, and then move forward. I don't think those remedial courses, if they are available, I don't think they're there to be the primary education, and I think that's where he's confused. Remedial
we have a patient of ours that is a high school teacher, and she used to be in the lower grades, and when she was in the lower grades with some of these students, they wouldn't do their work, and they basically was the recommendation to their parent and the school that they be held back because they just weren't working up to par. Well, the parents got pissed and said, no, you're not holding my kid back. So they can't read, they can't write, they can't do math. And now, she says,
welcome to Real Talk,
from the lower
I guess.
grades to the high school.
Phone call with my mom is going a little bit longer than anticipated.
As a high school teacher.
But there's real things.
And she says, and they still couldn't read, they still couldn't write. And she was the one that was telling us that now you have these kids that didn't do their work, they weren't progressing in high school, because of the No Kid Left Behind Act that George Bush put in, that they got passed whether they deserved to be passed or not. They got their diploma whether they deserved that diploma or not. In fact, she says one of her students, after they had graduated high school, they didn't qualify for college, so they went out to get jobs, and then they couldn't hold down jobs because they couldn't do the work and didn't they couldn't read, write, or do math. So a lot of these the students decided that they were going to sue the school because they didn't get the education that they needed. So then when the school, when it got to the attorneys, whatever, and the school presented evidence that it was recommended that the kids be held back because they weren't progressing, that the parents bitched and made the school go ahead and pass their kid. So this one couple girls, they tried to sue the school. They didn't win their case because the school had kept meticulous records stating that these should have been held back. Mm-hmm. And the parents demanded that they be passed regardless of their grade. So they ended up graduating, the lawsuit got thrown out because the school proved that they tried to hold them back in elementary school to get them up to par, and the parents said no. And then with this No Kid Left Behind, they had to pass them, whether they deserved it or not. They got their diploma, whether they deserved it or not. And so then, when they lost the lawsuit against the school, the kids then turned around and sued their parents because their parents didn't want their kids left behind, and so they started their own education, and they fucking won.
Wow.
The lawsuit against their parents.
See,
yeah.
I think the No Kids Left Behind thing, it realistically, if people think things through, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are some jobs, starting out jobs, that requires a diploma. Okay. Nowadays, some just require a GED, but a diploma. And then, so I think, and I could be wrong on this, but the No Kid Left Behind was more like I want to say it may have been something geared towards more to the military, because enlisted, they don't really care what your high school transcript looks like. You have a GED or diploma, cool, we'll take you as long as you don't have any sort of serious mental illnesses and stuff like that. And then, the military, they don't require you to know advanced math and shit. If they require you to know advanced math and shit, they're either going to teach it to you or you're not going to qualify for the job, because they're going to give everyone the same test. You're going to test into certain things, and then if you didn't do well in school, well maybe you're more of a hands-on thing. Guess what? You can get into maintenance. Hey, guess what? You can get into physical training, or you can do these sorts of things. You can shoot a gun, right? You can aim and pull a trigger. We'll teach you how to take it apart, clean it, put it back together, and then shoot down the range. You can tell who's an enemy and who's not, right? Oh, you're fine. Well, you weren't left behind. Guess what? The military also won't leave you behind. You know what I'm saying? So maybe that's what that was really for. And a lot of people didn't.
Bastardized education system where if you didn't, it's kind of like everybody gets a participation trophy because we don't want to hurt the feelings of those who lost. Kind of the same thing that they did in the education system. Well, we can't hold anybody back. We can't, make them look bad. We're just going to pass them because, whatever.
Right, but also people don't recognize every action has a consequence.
Yes.
Every action. So if you don't do well in school, you're not going to go to college.
Right.
And if you don't go to college, well, you're not going to get a degree. So you're not going to get those high-paying jobs that require a degree. And if you don't do well in high school, your options are you can either, drop out, or you can skate by, I guess, and just barely make the cut. But then you've limited yourself. So now you have to live with the consequences of, well, I don't really have the qualifications for some of these things, which really does, bottom line, makes me think that it was more to churn out more people. If they don't want to, if they don't want to study, the military will give them a job. I feel like that's probably what it was more geared toward. Huh?
Or they'll end up on welfare because, well, I can't look like Haley and Christopher. I just can't stand to be around. No, that was their excuse. They didn't want.
But if it's an education thing, I'm just saying, if it's an education thing and that's the only thing, I feel like that may have been geared more towards filling seats in the military.
Oh, well.
Because they will teach you everything you need to know about that job.
Right. I told Mackenzie, guys, get a job as an apprentice, as a plumber, electrician,
That's a shit ton of money.
something like that, because you would be making lots and lots of money.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Even sanitation department, they make a shit ton of money.
Yep.
Like driving those trucks around, you only work a few days a week, and you pull in like 120K easy a year. That's
I told him that too.
and that's the funny thing about some of those jobs that people are like, ooh, I don't like that job. It sounds gross. It sounds all these things.
Right.
Like, okay, yeah, well you could get a job that sounds real fucking awesome, like property manager or something like that. And guess what? It's not even, you're not even managing properties as far as financials. You're managing the equipment of the properties. So you're really a glorified mechanic.
Right.
So it's like, and I think that's where some wording gets people. But like plumbers, electricians, sanitation department, driving the garbage trucks and all that stuff, those people make fucking bank.
I know.
Even their first year after they get out of their apprenticeship, for those like apprentice programs, as soon as you hit journeyman, okay, you may not make $100,000+ a year, but you're probably going to make close to 70 or 80, and then that next year you're going to jump up, and then after you get through your journeyman and you're a craftsman or a master craftsman, you're making a shit ton of fucking money to the point where you're probably going to want to start your own little business.
Exactly.
And then you're making even more fucking money.
Do you remember Di? She used to babysit you when you were little.
I do not.
Anyway, her daughter, Heather, the oldest daughter, they used to live across the alleyway from Shirley and Dwayne there in Southport.
Okay.
And anyway, their oldest daughter, April, she drove a sanitation truck, and she was a single mother of 2. She helped raise her grandchild. She has her own house, and not only is she making good money,
They also have great health care.
yeah, they had good health care. People would throw shit out, so she'd go around and pick up like baby cribs and all this stuff, take them home and sell them in her garage sale, make money or use it, whatever. But yeah, she would pick up trash along the, that's supposed to be going to, and nope, it ends up in her vehicle. She goes and sells it or uses it for her family, furniture, whatnot.
Yeah, and that's the difference between people that don't want to put in, the effort. People that
She owned her own house and raised 2 kids and a grandchild without a spouse, working as a sanitation driver.
yeah, like quite honestly, I would be happy being a fucking garbage truck driver. Like, oh, you stink when you get home, take a shower. Okay,
Right.
You're gonna work 3 days a week and make $100K+ a year,
Yeah.
and that's the bare fucking minimum. That's
Yeah.
the bare. Who's the garbage truck driver that we know that does the area around you and Dad? He makes like not quite 200K, but he's up there.
Which girl?
The one that does the new, maybe, I don't know the name of the company. It's like, it starts with an R or something. They're the green trucks.
Republic?
Huh?
Republic?
I think so. I think.
Yeah, that's who April drove for is Republic.
Yeah, I think he said, if I remember correctly, and people that work those jobs, they are humble. Like they don't brag about that shit. So he said he made like close to 200 grand a year, working like 3, maybe 4 days a week.
Right.
Which, and those people that do those jobs, because they're not glorious jobs.
No, they're not.
Like, you'll smell like ass when you get home, but you strip your clothes, you put that shit in the wash, you take a shower, you get into clean clothes. No one knows. No one knows.
Exactly.
No one's the wiser. But when he said he made around 200K in a year, I believe him. He probably makes more than that, and he's been doing it for like 6 years.
Wow.
He's.
Well, I know Heather's done it this year.
God, you make about as much as a doctor doing that shit. Less.
Well, they make more than we make.
Oh yeah.
200,000 is more than we make.
Yeah.
But Heather's been. I mean, April's been doing it since. I don't know, 20 something years old. She just put in 30 years. She can retire with just after 30 years. But she's like, well, I'm only in my 50s now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can work for another 20 years, build that pension up, still make good money over the next 20 years. And then when she retires in 10, 15, 20 years, if she wants to buy a bigger house. Her house is paid for, but she wants a brand new house.
Yeah.
So she's going to get a brand new house, work to have it paid off, so when she is
Yes.
a brand new house paid for, I mean freshly built, not a used one, not somebody's old one,
Right.
and she has 20 more years of income to store up and save for retirement, plus her retirement goes up. When she does retire, she'll end up making just about, I think it's, instead of 50% of what she makes, she'll be making like 80% of her pay at retirement.
Yeah. So that's, and then that, yeah, no, yeah. So she'll probably still be walking away with 150K plus a year retired.
Yes.
That's, see, quite honestly, had I known about that even in high school, I would have been happy. I would have been happy doing that shit. I probably wouldn't have done the military. I probably would have just stayed with, that, because that's the other thing. Like sanitation department, if you get in the door and you do it well and you're in for whatever, let's say the company that you drive for downsizes, right?
Yeah.
Or you move. Well, if you did this shit for a year or two or whatever, and you had no marks against you, you were pleasant to work with and everything like that, you never missed a day that was unforgiven or whatever, you can go anywhere. There's a sanitation department in every fucking town, every district, every city, every state. Wherever you go, there is sanitation. It's a fucking required field. And let's say you move to a different country. Guess what? That country's gonna have sanitation department as well.
Exactly.
Like that's so much job security. Like, oh well, I don't even really speak the English. You go to Germany or something. It's like I don't really speak the language, but I got the job. It's the same job, just driving on the opposite side of the road.
Right.
The buttons are labeled different, but I got the job. I know the job. That is such strong job security. Like,
right.
And it's harder for a doctor. It's harder for a doctor to go to a different country where there's a language barrier. Like you might not last, man. Do you know the language?
Right.
No. You might not do so well. But if it's a technical job like that, even a plumber, electrician, sanitation, just all the dirty jobs, we'll call them dirty jobs. Oh my God, you don't need to know the language. Your language is the job, and that shit's gonna pay you buku bucks.
Well, I saw a thing where the post office was hiring, so I sent it down to McKinsey. I saw a thing where the traffic people who are basically directing traffic when roads are being worked on or whatnot.
Yeah.
I sent that down.
They make good money. Sorry, you're breaking up. What? I can't. Huh? You were breaking up.
Okay, hang on. this isn't the right charger. My phone's about ready to die.
All right. Well, we can talk. We can talk more later.
But yeah, those dirty jobs. I've been telling him, go try this, go try that. No.
I would have.
One of the things that Kenzie said when he was arguing with me, Craig made a comment. He says, dude, you know what? The way you like to argue, you'd make a good attorney.
Yeah, but he has to go to school for that shit.
Yeah, he has to go to school for that. Now he's talking, well, maybe I'll just, go to school and go to become an attorney. Then he's going to go to the military to be a JAG officer. And I'm thinking,
nope. First of all, by the time he gets out of school, he's already beyond the age gap. He's beyond the point of no return.
I told him. Yep. Told him. And what else? And I said, well, here's the thing. The way you argue, it's not going to be acceptable in a court setting.
Nope.
So you think you're going to be good at it, but just being a bulldozer and yelling and screaming and shit to get your way isn't going to be. You're not going to make it.
Hell, he might be able to do some fine work as a district representative for some sort of political party. Left, right, doesn't matter. I'm sure his argument ability is it can be catered to somebody.
Yeah,
if he wants to argue change, maybe he should get on the ground floor and try and do that shit.
Right. Yeah, he's just delusional, and he just
doesn't know. He's sheltered himself by avoiding
he knows
shit.
Everything, but he doesn't know what he doesn't know.
Right.
And so much of what he does know isn't so.
Right, because he's avoided all the hard truths. He's avoided everything that hurts his feelings. He's avoided everything that does not vibe with him. So he's limited his own experience, his own knowledge, his own everything because of those choices. Like I said, every fucking choice, every action has consequences.
Yes, it does.
Luckily, my choices only really affected me. Physically and mentally. A little bit emotionally.
Wow. I missed you, man.
Yeah, I'll be up for Father's Day.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know when Father's Day is. I could have swore it was this weekend.
I'll check my calendar.
Or it's next weekend.
I'm gonna check the calendar real quick. We'll see. It is not this coming weekend, but next weekend.
Okay.
The 15th.
Okay. Alrighty.
Alright,
My
well,
phone's about ready to die. I mean, it's got such a little red mark now that I'll probably lose you.
alright, well, I'm glad you're doing alright, healing up okay, no complications. Yeah, do something about those stairs so that shit doesn't happen again.
Right. Well, I have some extra memory foam that I think I'm going to lay across the bottom for now.
Well, alright, well, it sounds like you're planning on having a crash pad, so let's try to not do that.
Well, I'm planning on a crash pad. This is the third time I've missed the bottom step and fallen, so
Yeah.
I need a crash pad now.
Alright. Well, get your phone charged. Yep, love you too.
Alright. Talk to you soon.
Sounds
Keep
good.
in touch.
Will do.
Alright. Love you. Have a good day.
Love you too.
Alright. Bye.
Bye. Well, how's that for real talk? Some real solid shit, right? Got to listen to some family drama, some preference points as far as sanitation. It's a great fucking job. I probably would have done sanitation before military, honestly, had I known what I know now, probably wouldn't be so fucked up. In more ways than one. In more ways than six. But, let's get back into it. That was a lot. That was a lot. A lot to unpack. A lot to pack. Yeah. Let's have some fun now, shall we? Let's see what's going on. Oh, shit. Anyone that watched or listened, feel free to join the chat. Tell me your opinions on everything. You don't need to get all involved into everything, but you definitely know a lot more about me, in my opinions. Oh my god, my shit's all locked up. But yeah, good shit, right? Yeah, let's get right into it. I have no fucking idea. But yeah, if you have a job that you don't fucking care about, and you have the opportunity to get into sanitation, that is some good fucking money. Good fucking money. Like I said, you work 3-4 days a week. It could be more, depending on routes and like larger metropolitan areas, more time needed. But the more time you work, the more money you make. So it's holy shit. The guy that I talked about that I know of, he has 3 different routes. So he works 3 days a week, and he pulls around $200K a year doing sanitation. That's nuts. He's been doing it for, I said 6 years, but I think he's been doing it for a bit longer than that. But yeah, he last I talked to him, he said he loves his job. Loves it. And he does exactly what I said, because you stink after. He goes home at the end of the day, gets out of his clothes, puts it in the wash, showers, and then goes about his fucking day. So, it's a good deal. It's a good deal. I'd fucking take it if I could. But I enlisted. I got my shit beat up. Now I'm a little fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, you know what I'm saying? Oh. Holy fuck. Like, damn. Funny thing is, I thought I had that muted. I don't fucking thing. It was just supposed to be a long break. What up, peoples?
Get ready to roll the dice, viewers. Our contestants are about to light up the Las Vegas Strip with high-octane action. All right, the Kingfish, the Tough Shells, the Big Splash, and finally, the Shock and Awe. All right, it's showtime.
I didn't get the
folks.
memo, guys.
As the evening sun casts its glow on the arena, our contestants prepare to unleash chaos and destruction in pursuit of fame and
Placing an
glory.
explosive.
For once, our arena hasn't been shaken or stirred. It's a straight-up stage. Vault 1 is being unlocked by the Tough Shells.
Throwing some poison.
The Kingfish swooped up a cash box.
There's our first team wipe, and it's not a pretty one.
plays from the Tough Shells. Cash out underway. Pouring cold water on the Big Splash didn't scare them off. Team respawned.
Using gas grenade.
I guess lightning does strike more than once. Another team wipe for the
Ah, fucking sniper got me.
I'm reloading. Fire. Jonesing, you back to back. Back in it.
The Big Splash have
Damn.
returned to the arena.
Retaliation is about to hit hard. The Tough Shells need to get fortified.
Twin? Twinsy? Twin?
The Kingfish swim ahead.
Twin! Not twin. Twin? Twin.
Target vault 3.
Obviously. I'm funny.
Charge the
The
cash out
Kingfish are
safe.
trying to rule the waters, unlocking Vault 3. Tough Shells have cracked the competition and claimed the lead. And there's another vault available for our cash team.
A contestant is on an elimination streak. Disappear.
God damn.
Unlocked with a shock and awe. Another team wipe.
Scotty, they've picked the wrong way to inspire awe.
Vault 4 is being unlocked by the Tough Shells.
We're gonna get third partied if we go for C. Go for, yeah.
The Kingfish swim straight to the action. Cash out in progress. We've got the shock and awe returning to the arena. The Tough Shells have commenced a cash out. The midpoint is here, and the stakes are climbing higher.
The stakes couldn't be higher.
Thermal vision active.
Recharge landed. Gas grenade out.
Fantastic steal by the shock and awe.
Using gas grenade. A contestant's elimination streak is heating up and showing no signs of cooling down. Get clear.
Ah!
The Big Splash are in hot water. They've got to cool things down. More shock and less awe as the shock and awe get hit by another team wipe.
That'll be a shock to their system.
Kingfish. Cash out complete.
Look at members of the Kingfish never leaving each other's side. Great teamwork. Time to gear up for a close encounter with combat. We didn't translate the rules into whatever language these folks speak, so expect some major infractions. Threat detected.
The Big Splash need a big play to avoid going under.
Pop the gas out.
The Kingfish are tapping into a vault.
Ready to detonate.
Go! Move to cash out B!
The Shock and Awe picked up a cash box.
We aren't quite done yet. The outcome of this match will be decided in overtime.
Cash out set in motion by the Big Splash. The Kingfish have returned to the arena.
Retaliation is about to flood in. The Big Splash is get out of the way. I've got the poison.
The Tough Shell swooped up a cash box.
I'm the final boss, motherfucker. Oops, you want to beat me? Yep, I ran into it.
Start a cash out.
I should have dropped down.
Impressive steal by the Kingfish.
Ah, that was so well played.
Oh, baby.
Environment hack!
They're moving from one elimination to the next. A contestant is really cutting through the competition.
The Shock and Awe are back in action. And the Kingfish just got hit by another wave. Misfortune loves a target.
They just couldn't swim away from that one.
30 seconds to go, folks.
Let's see who can rise to the occasion.
10 seconds left.
Fucking third party.
Delivering jump pass!
The Tough Shells look solid all the way through this match. They grab the top spot and are moving on to the next round.
The Kingfish.
What is this? Fuck. He looks like Ken Kaneki. Kinda.
Exactly where I hoped this was going. Fortune Stadium. Our sponsors have gone all out to make sure our viewers are in for a real treat. Here we go. The Vogues, the Tough Shells, the Boundless, and finally, the Retros. Get ready for a wild ride.
It's dark out with reduced visibility, but it's not bedtime for our contestants. At least not yet.
Fresh and polished, the arena stands ready. Let's survive the onslaught. The Retros are eyeing the contents of the Boundless break through, opening Vault 1.
That's our first elimination. Our contestants clearly mean business today, Scotty.
And not even a point before they got started.
Well, Scotty, sometimes actions speak louder than
Throwing some
words.
poison.
The Boundless picked up a cash box. The Retros are getting us started with some good old-fashioned fun. First cash out underway. Endless possibilities ahead as the Boundless have started a cash out.
Enemy, down there! We've got our first team wipe. Things are heating up.
Fantastic steal by the Vogues.
After all, they organized that wipeout.
Bro, get it the fuck off that pistol, bro. You ain't doing shit.
Impressive steal by the Tough Shells.
Wow, that was a bold play.
Outgoing gas grenade.
I did not just get fucking.
A contestant is collecting eliminations one after another.
Okay, let's go.
The Tough Shells are taking
Bringing
charge
you
of the
back.
match. The Tough Shells will need to try again. Team wiped.
They tried to climb up the competition, but ended up getting shut. Let's move to Vault 4.
Impressive focus from the Vogues there.
And they stole that with confidence earlier.
The Tough Shells have returned to the arena.
Retaliation is on its way. The Retros need to be prepared.
Threat
The
detected.
Retros are
Up
back,
there.
opening Vault 4.
Guardian turret active.
Tossing a sonar.
What a gas! Gas line deployed.
Go.
The Retros grabbed a cash box. The Retros keep it old school. Cash out. As we cross the midway mark, there's no telling how this will play out.
I can feel the energy in the air, Scotty. This is going to be unforgettable.
The Vogues are making a statement at the top of the leaderboard.
That shouldn't be.
Somebody just soften them up, Scotty.
Behind you.
The tough shells are coming back out of their shells. Team respawn. Vault 3 is being pierced by the tough shells.
Cash out C, let's go.
The Boundless pushed boundaries and stole a cash out.
Why
The
are you
tough
guys?
shells got the cash box.
Jesus Christ.
A remarkable comeback from the Boundless.
Turn place.
The tough shells are initiating a cash out. With buildings literally falling down around them, our contestants will need to be confident in themselves and in their training.
Who says virtual worlds can't be dangerous?
The Boundless are tapping into the vault.
Go in for a steal on C, now.
The Boundless swooped up a cash box.
Grab your snacks and stay put. Overtime means the match just got longer. Isaac Newton would not be happy with this. Everything from contestants to grenades are going to make him feel.
Oh my god, I can't land on the fucking pad.
Reviving! Cover me!
A reminder that our contestants will not experience any muscle atrophy or skeletal deterioration during our low-gravity event. It's all fun and games in the arena.
Using gas grenade.
The tough shells cracked once more, folks. Team wipe.
We'll have to come back longer. Go for a steal on B.
Here we are, down to the final 30 seconds.
The teams need to push hard to secure their victory.
God damn it.
is taking top spot. They're the ones to put a fence around in the next round.
And a shout out to the Tough Shells, who have also...
Oh, that was atrocious. Actually. Oh shit. It's Sultan.
What up, what up, what up?
What up, man?
Get ready, folks. We're at Skyway Stadium, where the stakes pile as high as the rooftops. Who will come out on top in this aerial showdown? Now, the Boundless, the Tough Shells, the Ultra Rares, and finally, the Shock and Awe. And they are off.
Open ball two.
Night has fallen and reduced visibility means our contestants need sharp instincts to navigate the arena.
Contestants may need to reach for the sky to find cash-out stations, all while staying nimble enough to chase other objectives on the move. We call it up, down, left, right. Vault 1 and 3.
Top the gas out.
The first team wipe is in and the arena is buzzing.
Gas my
The Shock and
shot.
Awe are stepping
Going
up.
for the
First
revive.
cash-out.
Go get him, go get him, go get him.
Taking damage. Soldiers here. Gotta reload.
The Ultra Rares have respawned. Let's see how they bounce back.
Let's hope they can avoid any awkward moments this time.
The Boundless are making moves. Cash out started.
Going for a steal on V. Now. Deploying turret.
Get the fuck out of
Takedowns. A contestant in the tough shells just wiped out several opponents in one go. Team wipe calamity for the shock and awe.
That probably shook them up a bit.
Yeah.
The shock and awe have respawned. Let's see how they bounce back.
Back from that hard exit and ready to rock. The tough shells need to look out.
Toxic gas out.
A strong push from the tough shells has put them in the lead.
Stormbolt 3.
The shock and awe still in the ground. Opening vault 3. The boundless completed a cash out. Another vault has surfaced. Let the chaos unfold. The shock and awe are making waves as they gain ground.
Go defensive on C.
Talk about having a trick up your shell. The tough shells steal a cash out.
What are you doing over there, homie?
Placing a turret. Stay close to each other, team. Going for a steal on C now.
As we pass the halfway point of the match, you can cut the tension with a knife, an assassin's dagger, or a cheese slicer.
This is
Gas grenade
intense.
out. Setting a mine.
Damn it.
Way to soften that blow.
Vault 4 is being unlocked by the ultra rares.
Honey, I'm home. Yeah.
The tough shells just made their return to the arena.
Opportunity for retaliation, I say. Will it be backlash for the boundless?
Danger and cash out
Kudos
D.
to the shock and awe. They just cashed out.
A strong game plan from the shock and awe as they are sticking
Danger
together
and
out
cash
there.
out D.
It's not looking good for the ultra rares. They have to act now.
Our contestants are in for an astronomical surprise as meteors rain down upon the arena.
Cash out in progress. The ultra rares are making it happen. The boundless are opening a vault.
Defense working its magic. Back in action. Reloading.
I once stood where these players are, and the passion and precision here made the game legendary for me.
Your passion for the game shines through, Chucky. This is such a great match. We're at the end of this game show event. What a
Enemy
spectacle!
spotted up
The Boundless have kicked off a cash out. Shucks, another raw deal for the...
Bullshit, dude.
Yeah, you missed that hit. That's what it was.
I did hit him.
Oh, you good? We got it. We still good. We still good.
The Tough Shells are re-entering the arena.
Attack on B. Agreed. Steal it.
Money may not grow on trees, but a new doll just appeared in the arena. The Tough Shells are re-engaging.
Toss the gas in.
A round full of delightful destruction. Congratulations to the Boundless on their first place finish.
That's close.
Definitely the team to beat in the next round.
And let's not forget to mention the Shock and Awe, who've also qualified.
All right, the Boundless, the Jet Setters, the High Notes, and finally, the Shock and Awe. Focus, folks, focus. We're back and buzzing for round two.
Head to Vault 1.
Warm evening colors in the sky can only mean one thing: magic hour with good visibility in the arena.
As of now, the arena is spotless, but that is about to change. The Boundless are making a dynamic move here. Vault 1.
God, fucking.
There's no turning back now. Our first elimination has kicked the match into high gear.
That's the finals for you, folks.
Exactly, and it's why we love this show. Anything can happen.
Reloading. The high notes swooped up a cash box. Gonna revive! Cover me!
The first team wipe has happened. That's gotta hurt.
Using fire grenade. Back in play. Initiating escape. Deploying turret. Toxic gas in.
Go back up. You only got one hit. Alright, one back.
Back in action. Gas mine on.
The shock and awe got the cash box.
Go to cash grenade.
Really double team.
Time to disappear. Enemy got me.
A contestant is on an elimination streak.
The jet setters have been grounded once again with
I'm
a
going to
team
revive.
wipe.
Hold on.
They stalled for sure.
Cash out fired up by the Boundless. Things are heating up.
I'm reviving.
Little green man touched me.
Okay, let's go.
We've got the jet setters returning to the arena.
After that earlier altercation, the high notes should probably stay on high alert.
Steal cash out A. Gas grenade out.
Our first cash out goes to the high notes. Let's see whether they can keep that momentum going.
Stuck.
Jolting you back to action.
Double team.
You know, he was right in front of you.
Yeah, he went to your left and you turned right.
The high notes will need to try again. Team white.
They lost their rhythm and they paid for it.
Halftime. The tension is rising by the minute.
Right you are, Scotty. There's no time for a break, as anything could happen in an instant.
I'm back. Disappear.
The high notes are re-entering the arena.
Revenge could be in the cards. Boundless.
Back in play.
The Boundless have done it. Cash out successfully completed.
That teamwork from the Boundless. It's like they're reading each other's minds.
The Shock are falling behind. They must pick things up now. The high notes are prying into Vault 3.
Reviving. Vault 4.
high notes grabbed a cash box. The jet setters take flight, opening Vault 4. Cash out launched by the high notes. The jet setters must take off or face elimination.
I'm right there. Don't worry about that. Help me up.
Are just a few steps away from fame.
Only if you can drive past all the hazards in this arena. It's not easy, that's for sure.
Reloading.
Another falter for the high notes, folks. They'll have to start again.
They were out of tune with success, Scotty.
The shock and awe are under pressure.
Initiating a scan.
The high notes are back on the scene.
Gotta reload.
Laws of gravity are taking
No, we need that still.
Contestants should expect a bit of flexibility.
Special delivery. Gorgeous run. Toxic trap.
Misfortune for the shock and awe. Team white.
That's an absolute shocker, Scotty.
Only a minute left for our contestants to show the world what they're made of.
Scotty, hope you're not feeling the pressure more than our contestants.
We continue with our low-gravity event, which June tells me has not led to any revisions to the standard model of physics. Thanks for that, June. The finish line is near. Only 30 seconds left.
The clock is ticking and the teams need to step up.
The jet setters are cleared for victory. Cash out complete.
Move to cash out A.
10 seconds. Well, the Boundless are the team to beat as we catapult into the final round.
And the jet setters are soaring into the two-team clash with them. Can they elevate their game to take home the victory?
lumberjack.
Get ready for some vertical action, folks. Our contestants are about to battle it out amid the skyscrapers of Seoul. Now, the Vogues, the Mighty, the Kingfish, and finally, the Steamrollers. Let's get started.
A sun-kissed day with great visibility in the arena. Let's hope our contestants show us something new under the sun.
For now, the arena is in perfect condition, like a blank canvas waiting for the chaos of competition. Vogue's getting ready to pile into Vault 2.
That's our first elimination. If this is any indication, we're in for an epic high-octane round.
This is what it's all about, partner.
Couldn't agree more, Scotty. The first team wipe has dropped, and it's massive.
The Mighty swooped up a cash box. Using that grenade. A decisive move by the Vogues. First cash out started.
Are you fucking kidding me? All the mines.
Yikes! Team wipe for the Vogues.
I hope they aren't planning on making this a trend.
Ha! June, you're bringing the A game today. The Kingfish just seized a cash out with authority.
Aggressive and impressive.
Setting a mine. Hostile deployed. Charge is set. Planting explosive. Back in play. Place.
Stopping the steamrollers now. They fought back.
I'm going up there.
Gas set!
Shields up.
Oh boy, the Vogues will strut their stuff on the sidelines for a bit. Another team wipe.
That's not a trend that I recommend our contestants follow. Together as one
There's a fresh vault up for grabs. The tension is rising. The Vogues are seized.
retaliation is on the cards. The mighty will need eyes in the back.
The Vogues are opening Vault 3. Vogue swooped up a cash box.
Couldn't get the.
We're only halfway in, but the drama.
That shotgun has so much fucking range. Holy
Every
shit.
second feels like a lifetime, Scotty, and I love it.
The steamrollers get flattened once more. Bad luck.
They were on the wrong side of that leveling.
Strong moves from the mighty as they set things in motion. The steamrollers have returned to the arena.
Go for a steal on C. Gotcha.
Damn it.
Taking damage. Thanks, friend.
Keep your eyes on the steamrollers. What a steal.
Back in action. I've got the poison.
Great move there by the Vogue, stealing that cash.
Fucking kidding me.
Cash out complete, and the Vogues just got richer. The Vogues have taken the top spot. Nothing can stop the mighty.
I'm amazed by the Mighty's teamwork right now.
An excellent economic forecast in the arena as we've got a new vault.
The arena is becoming a physicist's dream as the familiar rules of gravity are being tossed aside.
The Vogue swooped up a cash box.
Contestants out there, let's see how far they can take it. This is the final sprint.
The mighty will need to try again. Team wiped.
Scotty, someone meddled with their might.
Our contestants are probably contemplating a track and field career, at least in high jump, as our low-gravity event continues. Only 30 seconds left.
Reach charge
Every
planted.
second matters now.
Explosives
It's
deployed.
crunch time.
Drilling into a vault. It's the steamrollers. Ten seconds left.
Outgoing gas grenade.
The mighty scored a mighty round for the win. They'll be the ones to topple in the next match.
Also qualifying are the Vogues. They proved their mettle by finishing second.
Well, shit. Alright, I'm gonna do a couple of these, and then I'm gonna call her a day for a minute. I'm gonna take care of the animals, and then I'll be back with some... I don't know. He's got the nanners.
Here we go. The tough shells up against the big splash. This one's all about gunplay. Here we go.
Both teams are ready to lock horns in this team deathmatch. Are you ready, Scotty?
Just cracked another us booze, partner. I'm all set. A panic call out.
Ready to detonate. Preparing explosives. Charge deployed. explosives! Explosives deployed! Placing an explosive!
God damn it.
They dictated the pace, but they'll need to stay on top of their game.
After that display, the Big Splash are just one step from a splashy
Recharge
finish.
set. Ready to detonate!
Didn't get him a good one.
Explosives are set! Breach charge deployed. Explosives are set!
It's getting there.
They're going shot for shot! Pop the gas out! Showing their way back!
Yeah. Bye bye. much steam.
The big splash fluid. Using gas grenade. It's almost a
Demolition Man. Can't fight me on the map if there's no map.
The big splash.
I'm on fire!
Capturing the win with bold plays and energetic force in this team deathmatch.
Oreo Wiener. Woo, we did it! Alright. It's time for me to take a break. Let's see who's online. Yep, gonna take a short little break, like maybe like an hour or so. Take care of the pups, give me something to nom nom on, you know what I'm saying? And ooh, fuck. Back's not good enough. Okay. Anyways. Okay. Bye!